Di sisi lain, pelatihan-pelatihan intensif terus digelar untuk meningkatkan kualitas dosen dan tenaga kependidikan. Pendidikan. Proses akreditasi menjadi agenda besar Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan pada tahun 2024. Dari rapat strategis hingga proses submit laporan evaluasi diri, LED, dan asesmen lapangan, kerja keras ini akhirnya membuahkan hasil luar biasa. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, PBI, dan Pendidikan Masyarakat, PENMAS, berhasil meraih akreditasi unggul. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Ibn Khaldun Bogor memiliki 6 program studi unggulan. 3 di antaranya, Teknologi Pendidikan, Pendidikan Masyarakat, dan Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris telah meraih akreditasi unggul. Program lainnya, Pendidikan Vokasional Desain Fashion, Pendidikan Profesi Guru, dan Pendidikan Matematika terus berkembang untuk mendukung pendidikan berkualitas. Selain itu, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan menyelenggarakan berbagai kegiatan yang semakin mempererat kebersamaan dan semangat belajar di kalangan mahasiswa serta dosen. Semua pencapaian ini adalah bukti nyata komitmen Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Ibn Khaldun Bogor untuk terus tumbuh menjadi fakultas yang unggul dan berdaya saing. Mari bersama-sama melangkah ke masa depan yang lebih cerah dengan semangat, dedikasi, dan inovasi.
UIKA, FKIP, FKIP, alumni FKIP. Oke, terima kasih.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam hangat penuh semangat untuk kita semua. FKIP telah menorehkan sejarah luar biasa melalui kerja keras dan dedikasi seluruh tim di bawah kepemimpinan sebelumnya, yaitu Ibu Dr. Nuraini MED. Berbagai pencapaian gemilang yang telah diraih adalah bukti nyata dari semangat dan komitmen untuk terus maju. Saya percaya bahwa perjalanan kita belum selesai. Justru ini adalah awal dari langkah yang lebih besar. FKIP memiliki peran yang sangat strategis dalam membangun peradaban manusia yang lebih baik melalui pendidikan. Dengan misi yang mulia ini kita semua dituntut untuk terus bekerja keras, berinovasi, dan berkolaborasi demi kemajuan bersama. Saat ini adalah momen bagi kita semua untuk mensyukuri pencapaian yang telah ada, sekaligus merenungkan langkah ke depan mencapai visi FKIP menjadi fakultas yang unggul, berdaya saing global, serta berbasis keislaman dan teknologi di bidang keguruan dan ilmu pendidikan. Untuk mewujudkan ini maka perlu jargon FKIP ceria, yaitu cerdas, inovatif, dan berakhlak mulia. Hal ini membutuhkan kerjasama dan dukungan dari semua pihak, yaitu dosen, mahasiswa, alumni, dan seluruh mitra kami. Mari kita bergandeng tangan, memperkuat sinergi, dan melangkah bersama menuju FKIP yang lebih unggul. Dengan semangat kebersamaan, kita tidak hanya melanjutkan pencapaian tetapi juga menciptakan dampak yang lebih besar bagi masyarakat, bangsa, dan dunia. Bersama kita bisa, bersama kita wujudkan FKIP yang ceria, cerdas, inovatif, berakhlak mulia. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
perjalanan dimulai. Sebuah perjalanan transformasi, dedikasi, dan inovasi. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor terus melangkah, menciptakan sejarah dari tahun ke tahun. Inilah perkembangan Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan UIKA Bogor dari 2020 hingga 2024. Di tahun 2020, pandemi global COVID-19 mengubah wajah pendidikan di seluruh dunia, termasuk di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan UIKA Bogor. Aktivitas kampus beralih secara daring, namun semangat tidak pernah surut. Seminar, perkuliahan, dan kegiatan akademik lainnya tetap berjalan melalui platform online. Pada tahun ini, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan UIKA memperkuat kepemimpinan dengan sinergi dekan dan wakil dekan yang berkomitmen untuk terus beradaptasi dan maju. Tahun 2021 menjadi tahun kebangkitan Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan UIKA Bogor. Di tahun ini, Rektor UIKA, yang home base-nya di Penmas Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, meraih pencapaian luar biasa sebagai guru besar. Kampus mulai menerapkan perkuliahan hybrid. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan juga menyelenggarakan seminar nasional sebagai wujud kontribusi nyata dalam dunia pendidikan. Pada tahun 2022, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan UIKA Bogor terus melangkah maju dengan pembukaan Prodi Pendidikan Vokasional Desain Fashion dan pelaksanaan pembelajaran praktik di Laboratorium PVDF. Seminar dan pelatihan semakin aktif diselenggarakan, menandai kembalinya suasana kampus yang ramai dan dinamis. Kehadiran kegiatan luring membawa energi baru bagi mahasiswa dan seluruh civitas akademika. Tahun 2023 adalah tahun prestasi gemilang bagi Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan UIKA Bogor. Program studi teknologi pendidikan berhasil meraih akreditasi unggul, disusul dengan pembukaan program studi pendidikan profesi guru. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan juga memperkuat jaringan internasional melalui program pertukaran mahasiswa. Rapat kerja mencerminkan dedikasi seluruh tim dalam merancang langkah strategis menuju kemajuan yang lebih besar. Tahun 2024, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan terus mempromosikan berbagai program unggulan. Kegiatan English Annual Competition, e-action, yang rutin diselenggarakan kembali menjadi ajang bergengsi. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan juga aktif dalam menjaga standar mutu akademik melalui proses audit mutu yang ketat. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan turut memeriahkan perayaan Hari Kemerdekaan dengan berbagai kompetisi fashion show yang menggugah kreativitas mahasiswa. Berbagai pelatihan untuk mahasiswa, dosen, dan tenaga kependidikan semakin memperkuat kapasitas SDM di lingkungan fakultas. Proses akademik terus berjalan, ditandai dengan sidang-sidang kelulusan mahasiswa yang penuh khidmat. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor membuka program studi pendidikan matematika, memperkuat komitmen fakultas dalam mencetak pendidik profesional. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan juga memperingati Hari Guru Nasional melalui upacara yang menggugah rasa bangga terhadap profesi mulia ini. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan menyampaikan penghargaan setinggi-tingginya kepada para pemimpin fakultas, khususnya Dr. Nuraini, MED, atas dedikasi dan kontribusi luar biasa yang telah membawa fakultas ini meraih berbagai pencapaian. Semangat dan komitmen yang telah beliau tanamkan menjadi landasan kokoh untuk melangkah ke masa depan yang lebih baik. Proses pengalihan fungsi gedung dari Rektorat kepada Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor menjadi tonggak sejarah yang signifikan, memperkuat infrastruktur fakultas untuk mendukung pelaksanaan berbagai kegiatan akademik secara optimal. Tahun ini juga menjadi momen penting dengan pergantian dekan dan wakil dekan, membawa semangat baru dalam kepemimpinan Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan. Di sisi lain, pelatihan-pelatihan intensif terus digelar untuk meningkatkan kualitas dosen dan tenaga kependidikan. Proses akreditasi menjadi agenda besar Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan pada tahun 2024. Dari rapat strategis hingga proses submit laporan evaluasi diri, LED, dan asesmen lapangan, kerja keras ini akhirnya membuahkan hasil luar biasa. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris, PBI, dan pendidikan masyarakat, PEMMAS, berhasil meraih akreditasi unggul. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor memiliki 6 program studi unggulan. 3 di antaranya, Teknologi Pendidikan, Pendidikan Masyarakat, dan Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris telah meraih akreditasi unggul. Program lainnya, Pendidikan Vokasional Desain Fashion, Pendidikan Profesi Guru, dan Pendidikan Matematika, terus berkembang untuk mendukung pendidikan berkualitas. Selain itu, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan menyelenggarakan berbagai kegiatan yang semakin mempererat kebersamaan dan semangat belajar di kalangan mahasiswa serta dosen. Semua pencapaian ini adalah bukti nyata komitmen Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor untuk terus tumbuh menjadi fakultas yang unggul dan berdaya saing. Mari bersama-sama melangkah ke masa depan yang lebih cerah dengan semangat, dedikasi, dan inovasi.
UIKA, FKIP, FKIP, alumni FKIP. Oke, terima kasih.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam hangat penuh semangat untuk kita semua. FKIP telah menorehkan sejarah luar biasa melalui kerja keras dan dedikasi seluruh tim di bawah kepemimpinan sebelumnya, yaitu Ibu Dr. Nuraini MED. Berbagai pencapaian gemilang yang telah diraih adalah bukti nyata dari semangat dan komitmen untuk terus maju. Saya percaya bahwa perjalanan kita belum selesai. Justru ini adalah awal dari langkah yang lebih besar. FKIP memiliki peran yang sangat strategis dalam membangun peradaban manusia yang lebih baik melalui pendidikan. Dengan misi yang mulia ini, kita semua dituntut untuk terus bekerja keras, berinovasi, dan berkolaborasi demi kemajuan bersama. Saat ini adalah momen bagi kita semua untuk mensyukuri pencapaian yang telah ada, sekaligus merenungkan langkah ke depan mencapai visi FKIP menjadi fakultas yang unggul, berdaya saing global, serta berbasis keislaman dan teknologi di bidang keguruan dan ilmu pendidikan. Untuk mewujudkan ini maka perlu jargon FKIP ceria, yaitu cerdas, inovatif, dan berakhlak mulia. Hal ini membutuhkan kerjasama dan dukungan dari semua pihak, yaitu dosen, mahasiswa, alumni, dan seluruh mitra kami. Mari kita bergandeng tangan, memperkuat sinergi, dan melangkah bersama menuju FKIP yang lebih unggul. Dengan semangat kebersamaan, kita tidak hanya melanjutkan pencapaian tetapi juga menciptakan dampak yang lebih besar bagi masyarakat, bangsa, dan dunia. Bersama kita bisa, bersama kita wujudkan FKIP yang ceria, cerdas, inovatif, berakhlak mulia. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Di sini perjalanan dimulai. Sebuah perjalanan transformasi, dedikasi, dan inovasi. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor terus melangkah, menciptakan sejarah dari tahun ke tahun. Inilah perkembangan Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan UIKA Bogor dari 2020 hingga 2024. Di tahun 2020, pandemi global COVID-19 mengubah wajah pendidikan di seluruh dunia, termasuk di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan UIKA Bogor. Aktivitas kampus beralih secara daring, namun semangat tidak pernah surut. Seminar, perkuliahan, dan kegiatan akademik lainnya tetap berjalan melalui platform online. Pada tahun ini, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan UIKA memperkuat kepemimpinan dengan sinergi dekan dan wakil dekan yang berkomitmen untuk terus beradaptasi dan maju. Tahun 2021 menjadi tahun kebangkitan Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan UIKA Bogor. Di tahun ini, Rektor UIKA, yang home base-nya di Penmas Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, meraih pencapaian luar biasa sebagai guru besar. Kampus mulai menerapkan perkuliahan hybrid. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan juga menyelenggarakan seminar nasional sebagai wujud kontribusi nyata dalam dunia pendidikan. Pada tahun 2022, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan UIKA Bogor terus melangkah maju dengan pembukaan Prodi Pendidikan Vokasional Desain Fashion dan pelaksanaan pembelajaran praktik di Laboratorium PVDF. Seminar dan pelatihan semakin aktif diselenggarakan, menandai kembalinya suasana kampus yang ramai dan dinamis. Kehadiran kegiatan luring membawa energi baru bagi mahasiswa dan seluruh civitas akademika. Tahun 2023 adalah tahun prestasi gemilang bagi Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan UIKA Bogor. Program studi teknologi pendidikan berhasil meraih akreditasi unggul, disusul dengan pembukaan program studi pendidikan profesi guru. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan juga memperkuat jaringan internasional melalui program pertukaran mahasiswa. Rapat kerja mencerminkan dedikasi seluruh tim dalam merancang langkah strategis menuju kemajuan yang lebih besar. Tahun 2024, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan terus mempromosikan berbagai program unggulan. Kegiatan English Annual Competition, e-Action, yang rutin diselenggarakan kembali menjadi ajang bergengsi. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan juga aktif dalam menjaga standar mutu akademik melalui proses audit mutu yang ketat. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan turut memeriahkan perayaan Hari Kemerdekaan dengan berbagai kompetisi fashion show yang menggugah kreativitas mahasiswa. Berbagai pelatihan untuk mahasiswa, dosen, dan tenaga kependidikan semakin memperkuat kapasitas SDM di lingkungan fakultas. Proses akademik terus berjalan, ditandai dengan sidang-sidang kelulusan mahasiswa yang penuh khidmat. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor membuka program studi pendidikan matematika, memperkuat komitmen fakultas dalam mencetak pendidik profesional. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan juga memperingati Hari Guru Nasional melalui upacara yang menggugah rasa bangga terhadap profesi mulia ini. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan menyampaikan penghargaan setinggi-tingginya kepada para pemimpin fakultas, khususnya Dr. Nuraini, MID, atas dedikasi dan kontribusi luar biasa yang telah membawa fakultas ini meraih berbagai pencapaian. Semangat dan komitmen yang telah beliau tanamkan menjadi landasan kokoh untuk melangkah ke masa depan yang lebih baik.
Kita tunggu sebentar Pak Junjun ya.
Proses pengalihan fungsi gedung dari Rektorat kepada Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan. Universitas Ibnu Khaldun Bogor menjadi tonggak sejarah yang signifikan, memperkuat infrastruktur fakultas untuk mendukung pelaksanaan berbagai kegiatan akademik secara optimal. Tahun ini juga menjadi momen penting dengan pergantian dekan dan wakil dekan, membawa semangat baru dalam kepemimpinan Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan.
Om, di mana nih? Home?
At home, but actually like it's raining, so that's why I think it's better to stay at home, so because the internet connection
Di
is
sisi
somehow
lain,
more stable.
pelatihan-pelatihan intensif terus digelar untuk meningkatkan kualitas dosen dan tenaga kependidikan. Proses akreditasi menjadi agenda besar Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan pada tahun 2024. Dari rapat strategis hingga proses submit laporan evaluasi diri, LED, dan asesmen lapangan, kerja keras ini akhirnya membuahkan hasil luar biasa. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, PBI, dan Pendidikan Masyarakat (PENMAS) berhasil meraih akreditasi unggul. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Ibn Khaldun Bogor memiliki 6 program studi unggulan. 3 di antaranya, Teknologi Pendidikan, Pendidikan Masyarakat, dan Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris telah meraih akreditasi unggul. Program lainnya, Pendidikan Vokasional Desain Fashion, Pendidikan Profesi Guru, dan Pendidikan Matematika, terus berkembang untuk mendukung pendidikan berkualitas. Selain itu, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan menyelenggarakan berbagai kegiatan yang semakin mempererat kebersamaan dan semangat belajar di kalangan mahasiswa serta dosen. Semua pencapaian ini adalah bukti nyata komitmen Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Ibn Khaldun Bogor untuk terus tumbuh menjadi fakultas yang unggul dan berdaya saing. Mari bersama-sama melangkah ke masa depan yang lebih cerah dengan semangat, dedikasi, dan inovasi.
UIKA, FKIP, FKIP, alumni FKIP. Oke, terima kasih.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam hangat penuh semangat untuk kita semua. FKIP telah menorehkan sejarah luar biasa melalui kerja keras dan dedikasi seluruh tim di bawah kepemimpinan sebelumnya, yaitu Ibu Dr. Nuraini MED. Berbagai pencapaian gemilang yang telah diraih adalah bukti nyata dari semangat dan komitmen untuk terus maju. Saya percaya bahwa perjalanan kita belum selesai. Justru ini adalah awal dari langkah yang
Ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to begin, we kindly ask you to please mute your microphone so as not to interrupt our seminar. Once again, we kindly ask you to mute your microphone so as not to interrupt our seminar. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Honorable Vice Rector for Cooperation, Innovation and Development, Dr. Budi Susityo, IR, MSc. Honorable Dean of Faculty of Education and Teacher Training of Universitas Ibn Khaldun Bogor, Dr. Nanik Ridnawati, MHAM. Honorable the distinguished speakers, Dr. Nanik Radnawati, Amham, and Mr. Junjun Muhammad Ramdani, PhD. Honorable Head of English Department, Dr. Dewi Suryani Jamjuri, MPD. And all of our esteemed participants from inside and outside Java Island who are attending this seminar. Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you all here today. On this blessing day at the long-awaited national conference, the Bogor English Students and Teacher, or what we proudly call the 5th Best Conference 2025. My name is Angel Jarbua, and I'm thrilled to serve as the Master of Ceremony for today's seminar, which is themed Reimagining English Language Teaching in the Digital Era, Trends, Challenges, and Future Directions, June 18, 2025. organized by the English Education Department of Universitas Ibn Khaldun Bogor. On behalf of the committee, let me extend out warmest greetings to all of you as we all gather here today, sharing the same goal to exchange our ideas and deepen our understanding. We highly hope that today's seminar will be both insightful and inspiring by leaving with renewed knowledge and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, respected lecturers, and esteemed participants, allow me to read the agenda for today's seminar. The agenda starts with the opening, then follow with recitation of Al-Quran Al-Karim, then singing the national anthem, a welcoming speech from our distinguished Vice Rector of UIKA. After that, a dua, then lastly, the closing. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's move officially to the opening by reciting Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. May salawat wa salam, always praise, be given to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, who brought us from the darkness to brightness, from Al-Jahiliyyah era to Al-Islam. Ladies and gentlemen, the following agenda will be recitation of Holy Quran by Bilal Nur Abidin, one of the students of FKIP UIKA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Kama arsalna fikum rasulam minkum yatlu alaikum ayatina wa yuzakkikum wa yu'allimukumul kitaba wal hikmata wa yu'allimukum ma lam takunu ta'lamun. Fadhkuruni adhkurkum wadhkuru li wala takfurun. Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu sta'inu bis-sabri was-salah. Innallaha ma'as-sabirin. Wala taqulu liman yuqtalu fi sabilillahi amwat bal ahya'u walakin la tash'urun. وَلَنَبْلُوَنَّكُمْ بِشَيْءٍ مِّنَ الْخَوْفِ وَالْجُوعِ وَنَقْصٍ مِّنَ الْأَمْوَالِ وَالْأَنفُسِ وَالثَّمَرَاتِ وَبَشِّرِ الصَّابِرِينَ الَّذِينَ إِذَا أَصَابَتْهُم مُّصِيبَةٌ قالوا إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون أولئك عليهم صلوات من ربهم ورحمة وأولئك هم المهتدون. Shadaqallahul Azim. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Bilal. May the Almighty of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the most merciful, bless our day, grant us all success in our endeavors, and hope we can accomplish this program successfully. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda, singing the national anthem. We invite all participants to join in singing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please ensure you are in a respectful position and kindly mute your microphone.
Indonesia tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sanalah ku berdiri, jadi payung ibuku. Indonesia kebangsaanku, bangsa dan tanah airku. Marilah kita bersatu, Indonesia bersatu. Hiduplah tanahku, hiduplah negeriku, bersatu rakyatku semuanya. Bangunlah jiwanya, bangunlah badannya, untuk Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, respected lecturers and esteemed participants, moving to the next agenda, opening remarks by the Excellence Vice Rector of UIKA Bogor. It's now our honor to hear the official opening speech from the Vice Rector of Universitas Ibn Khaldun Bogor, Dr. Budi Susetio, IR, MSc. To the Honorable Vice Rector, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Angel. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawalah. La hawla wa la quwata illa billah. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Honorable Dean of Faculty of Teaching, Training and Education, Dr. Nani. Honorable invited speakers in this conference, all of Vice Dean and distinguished guests. Good morning and warm greetings to all of you. First and foremost, let us praise and thank Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His mercy and blessings allow us to gather here today for the 5th Bogor English Students and Teacher National Seminar. On behalf of the university leaders, we would like to extend my deepest appreciation to the Dean of FKIP and the entire team from the English Education Study Program for their dedications in organizing this seminar. This forum is essential as it brings together students, lecturers, researchers, and educational practitioners, especially in the field of English education, to share valuable information, ideas, and insights, particularly on technology-based teaching and learning. To reinforce our enthusiasm for leveraging educational technology, allow me to share an important quote. Technology will never replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of great teachers can be transformational. George Couros. This reminds us that although technology presents many opportunities, the role of a dedicated teacher remains indispensable. When combined with dedication and creativity, technology can have an extraordinary impact. With this spirit in mind, it is my honor to officially declare the fifth National Best Seminar open. May today's events provide inspiration, fresh perspectives, and strengthen our collaboration in advancing the quality of English education, both at our university and beyond. Enjoy the seminar, and may it bring great benefits to academic development and practical applications. Billahi walhidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. Thank you to the respectful Vice Rector, Dr. Budi Susetio. We really appreciate the inspiring and encouraging words and for sharing your vision and perspectives. It were very valuable. May your words guide and motivate us throughout today's seminar. Now, before moving to the next agenda, we would like to inform you that the next session will be moderated by Mr. Amal Al-Umam, one of the best lecturers of the English Education Department of Universitas Ibn Khaldun Bogor. Right now, let's take a moment and invite Mr. Shabir Aspeda, MPD, to lead us to dua for the success of today's seminar. Time is yours, Mr.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Al-Fatihah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma aftah lana abwaba rahmatik wanshur alaina khaza'ina ulumik warzuqna fahman nabiyyin wa hifdzal mursalin wa ilhamal malaikatil muqarrabin. Allahumma ij'al hadzal liqa'an mubaraka nastafidu fihi wa nufid wa taj'alhu sababan lirqiyyi fin najahi fid dunya wal akhirah. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wassallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun ala mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. Ameen Ya Rabbal Alameen. May our gathering today be full of benefits and blessings. Now moving to our last agenda, closing the opening ceremony. Without further ado, we respectively ask you to not leave this Zoom. We highly appreciate your participation till the end of the seminar. As an MC, I deeply apologize for any mistakes and inconveniences. Let's end the opening ceremony by reciting Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Now moving to the next session will be held by the moderator, Mr. Amal Al-Umam, SPD, MA, TESL, a lecturer at Universitas Ibn Khaldun Bogor in the English Education Department, who holds bachelor's degree in English Education from IAIN Salatagi 2010 and a master's degree in TSL from the English and Foreign Languages University from India, 2014, with teaching expertise in language assessment, TESOL methodology, lesson planning and classroom innovation, and intercultural communication. And with research interests in intercultural communication, authentic and project-based assessment, higher order thinking skills in ELT, teacher assessment literacy, digital tool in language education, and Islamic values in ELT, and engage in community as an active facilitator and trainer in the Sekolah Penggerak program, trainer for school principals in Bogor and Ciamis, and promoter of non-formal education and character development in rural areas. Now, once again, welcome to the 5th Best National Conference 2025, and we wish us all a productive and fulfilling day ahead. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Now, it's time for Mr. Amal Al-Umam to complete the next session.
Okay, thank you so much, Angel, for the introductions. It's too much, actually. So, good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, so I could hear some voices. That's you are alive. Thank you for answering the salam. So today, actually, I was assigned by the department to be the moderator. So welcome. I want to welcome all of you to the 5th Best 2025 online conference hosted by the English Education Study Program at UIKA Bogor. And my name, as it has been introduced, is still the same, Amal Umam, as you know that you usually call me Umam. And I'm honored to be your moderator today. So, good morning also to our distinguished speakers that are already together with us since the opening of the Zoom. We have the first speaker will be Dr. Nanik Ratnawati as our Dean in the Faculty of Teachers Training of University Ibnu Khaldun. And we have also invited distinguished speakers, that is Bapak Junjun Muhammad Ramdhani, PhD from Universitas Siliwangi. Thank you for joining us. And to all participants, educators, researchers, language enthusiasts, we are thrilled to have you here as we explore groundbreaking ideas that will be presented by our speakers. So before we begin, I just want to give you like quick reminder because somehow we are going to get some informations, very insightful informations. So that I want you to please mute yourself so that we are not going to have some background noises. So then if you have you have to prepare for notes, you can type it in your phone or on your paper. So make sure that you get all of the informations and don't forget to prepare for the question and answers. So for today's sessions, we are going to have two speakers. So the first speaker will be Dr. Nanik and the second one will be by Junjun, PhD. So the speakers will be delivered in line. So the first one will be Nanik and then by Junjun. After that, the Q&A, we will proceed after the presentations. And then don't forget to prepare your paper for the questions. And today's theme, as it has been mentioned before, imagining English language teaching in the digital era, trends, challenges, and future directions, couldn't be more timely as technology transform educations. We are here to discuss how actually digital tools can enhance language learning while addressing real-world needs. Our speakers here today will share insights on hybrid immersions and innovative teaching redesigns with a topic critical for educators in navigating this digital shift. So before we move forward into the presentations, I want to introduce a little bit with our speakers for those who are not familiar with them. For the English Education Department, of course, you are very familiar with the first speakers because she is our dean. But for Pak Junjun PhD, I need a little bit introductions. But we have also some participants from outside of the our institution. So I need to introduce as well Dr. Nanik. So our first speaker, it will be Dr. Nanik Ratnawati M.Hum. She has been teaching for English for a very long time. So, and her practice in sociolinguistics and psycholinguistics and second language acquisitions. The fact that is also from our dean, she has been, assisting more than 200 students for graduating from undergrad programs. So, of course, from this information, we got a lot of information. So we have to pay attention on the presentation. So we'll make some notes, actually get informations, get knowledge from her very long experiences. And then she has also had a lot of publications on curriculum development and students' well-being. And Dr. Nonik will bring a wealth of experience in her presentations. And for the presentations today, the title for the first speaker will be Hybrid Immersions, Exploring Language Learning Through Digital and Real-World Experience. It will examine how blending digital and physical environments can deepen language acquisitions. So, and then for the second speaker, we have Dr. Junjun Muhammad Ramdhani. And then she is a researcher and lecturer specializing in technology and hand language learning and teacher development. He got his PhD from UNSW Australia and extensive work in exploratory practices. Dr. Jun has presented globally on integrating research, pedagogy, and technology. He has a lot of publications. If I have to read it, I will talk, I think, like 1 day to complete, so that I will just keep that. The point is that he has a lot of publications, awards, and also achievement. And for today's talk, he's going to present about redesigning English language teaching in the digital age, trends, issues, and future directions. It will challenge us to rethink actually about ELT frameworks for the digital era. So these are the topic that we are going to have today. And then I will remind you again, please mute yourself so that the presenter will not get some background noises in her presentation, so we can get a lot of experience and also knowledge. So now, without further ado, let's welcome our first speakers, Dr. Nanik Ratmawati, to present her presentations. Dr. Nanik, are you with us?
Yeah.
Okay. Please. Oh yeah, before further proceed for the presentations, so the time for the presentation for each presenter, it will take around like 20 to 30 minutes. So now we have like 9:25. So then after, let's say 5 minutes before 30 minutes, it will take more than 30 minutes. I will remind the presenter, and then after that, we are going to continue with the Q&A after the second speakers. Thank you. Time is yours, Ibu Naik.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, the moderator, Bapak Umam. Yeah. Well, now let me. So my sound is clearly.
Yes, Ibu. The sound is clear. It's just the screen is still like you have nothing to make it full screen.
Okay, so
it will appear bigger.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Thank you very much, Pak Umam, for your introduction and also moderating this seminar. Ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, good morning all. Well, the Honorable Rector represented today by Vice Rector for Dr. Budi Susetio, and then distinguished Mr. Junjun, yeah, our esteemed speaker, and then dedicated Vice Dean Ibu Yani, Pak Dede, and Pak Eric, respected lecturers from UIKA and other campus. I can see here from we have from some campus here, yeah, from UIN, Antasari, and Ternate, and others. Thank you for joining this seminar or conference. And also dedicated teachers from both within and beyond the Bogor area, and all of the students whom I'm proud of. A very warm welcome to all of you. A great appreciation is also directed to the committee, Mr. Sabir, Ibu Inong, Pak Alan, Ibu Dewi, and other teams who have been working very hard to prepare these valuable events. And thank you as well to the moderator again, Mr. Umam, for your kind willingness and support. Okay. Well, it's an honor for me to be here today to share some ideas about how we can reimagine English language teaching in our increasingly digital hybrid world. Today, I will be presenting a topic titled Hybrid Immersion, Exploring Language Learning Through Digital and Real-World Experiences, which invite us to rethink how language learning can happen both through screen-based interaction and real-life engagement. Well, why do we need immersion programs? Language acquisition actually doesn't happen in isolation. It
Ibu
needs
Nanik, excuse me. Can you make
Yes.
the screen like full screen so that it will be if it will appear bigger for the
Oh, I
participants?
see. Okay. Yeah.
You can click on the bottom next to the question. Yeah, present full screen.
So, does it work?
Not yet. I think it's process. Wait,
Does it work, Pak?
not yet on my screen. Or I
Oh.
will share screens for you, Ibu, so that I will.
Oh, yes. Okay, sure. So let me stop share.
I will
Okay.
open the screen.
Thank you.
Is it visible, Ibu Nani, now?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
visible. Thank you, Pak Umam. Well, for the second slide, maybe, Pak. Okay, yeah. So why immersion become my concerns? Yeah, because language acquisition doesn't happen in isolation. It always needs environment. Just like if we want to color an object, language is just like happens that way. We need to dip it into dye. Likewise, to truly acquire a language, learners need to be immersed in it. They need to hear it, use it, respond to it again and again, and in a real and meaningful situation. Yeah, this is why immersion becomes a powerful answer to many challenges in language learning. It creates that rich linguistic environment that's often missing in traditional classroom. Whether through physical activities or digital tools, immersion helps learners go beyond memorization to meaningful use. So let's now take a look at what immersion is, why it works, and how it can be done in both digital and real world setting. Well, immersion, this is the definition, is a language learning approaches where the target language is used as a medium of instruction and communication in authentic context. Why it's very useful in language learning? Yeah, it gives us so many advantages like support deeper, more natural language acquisition, build confidence through real life use of language, especially for young learners. Immersion is very effective. And then there are many practices in immersion program. Yeah, some have full and some have part immersion. And then we have so many examples of the success story of the immersion program. Like in Hawaiian, we have total immersion. So all of the students up till grade 4, yeah, they have to have the total immersion programs, and from grade 5 onwards, they have the partial immersion program. And also in India, yeah, since the British rule, yeah, they also, you know, implement or apply immersion programs in language classroom and refugee field trip, foreign trip, etc. Okay, next Pak. Well, there are so many programs actually, and then if you can browse here in the online promotion, yeah, we have so many immersion programs that we can join. Well, and then they have proven to be highly effective. Yeah. However, the opportunities, yeah, remains limited only to privileged few. So access to immersion is often restricted by socio-economic, logistic, and policy barriers. Yeah, that's why not so many schools or institutions apply the immersion program. Well, even though it gives us so many advantages. Next, Pak. Yeah, so in practice, yeah, many teachers or institutions still have the traditional way of having the language class. Well, challenges and opportunities in this era, yeah, English language teaching in our increasingly digital or hybrid world here give us so many opportunities, yeah, to have the immersion program. And then there is a question for us whether we are still staying in a classroom or moving onto new screen, yeah, using online class, yeah, like the immersion program. The next, maybe we need to explore more here. Yeah, we have found that many people use Zoom, Google Classroom, various LMS platforms, yeah, to have the classroom, but whether they actually meet the characteristics of immersion, whether the students have already been immersed in the language environment in digital world. Yeah, the challenge is learners, especially language learners, crave interaction, context, and emotional engagement, not just access to videos and PDFs in the in online any online platform. Next, Pak. Well, so here I have found some ideas about how to have the immersion program in digital era. And maybe this is also the, potential to be researched by all of us, by the students here to find so many ways, yeah, to get immersed in digital era. So the principle is teachers must move beyond using technology as a tool for delivery and instead use it to create immersive environment where students live the language, feel it, and use it in real ways. So immersion doesn't necessarily mean virtual reality headsets, although VR can be powerful. Immersion means designing activities where learners are emotionally, cognitively, and socially engaged. Okay, next, Pak. Okay, so I have also got some examples of the immersion programs in digital era, like students can visit English-speaking cities, narrate their journeys, and practice descriptive language skills. Yeah. So this is the experiential learning through digital spaces. The students can also have the augmented reality projects. Yeah, students can create ER posters where scanning an image brings up their spoken English explanation, or maybe can also using the digital storytelling. Okay, next. There are many examples actually that we can find, and then we can also create by researches, yeah, how to get immersed in digital on screen, yeah. But it means that screen is not barrier, yeah. In this hybrid world, screens are no longer barriers. They are window to new worlds of experience, emotions, and expressions, yeah. Okay, next, Pak. Yeah, yes, screen is not barrier, yeah, but while much of life today happens on screen, yeah, we agree with that. Children, older people also, yeah, spend so much time, yeah, on screen. Yeah, but the physical world remains very real and present, yeah, but we are still also in the real world. The challenge is how to make it affordable. Yeah, so like you can see that the immersion program physically actually needs, yes, you know, only some people, some institution can afford it because it's usually a very expensive program. Yeah, since there are so many things to be, you know, to be adjusted, yeah, so that it meets the all of the necessary thing to get immersed for the students. Well, now teachers, so what can we do? Yeah, so maybe this is an idea that we can think of together. So for example, actually we are English speaking community. Yeah, we belong to actually the English speaking community. So can we collaborate, yeah, more actively with English speaking communities? Can these communities, yeah, open wider access for more learners to become immersed in real language use? So what about we, us, yeah, as the speaker of English, yeah, can we create, can we provide the environment around us, yeah, so that it's easier to access, yeah, by many people, yeah. So not only those who need it come to the English speaking community, but English speaking, the speaker of English, especially in Indonesia around us, I think also there are a lot of people, yeah, speak in English. That's why they can provide voluntarily, yeah, to create the English speaking area in everywhere, yeah. Yesterday I visited some spots in public area like library, yeah, city library, and then also some other spaces in public places, yeah. Actually, it can also be the place, yeah, for providing more events or more programs, and then children and students with different ages here can go together there, and then can use the language in the real world. Yeah. Or maybe all of the teacher here, all of us can harness the power of digital screen to create immersive English learning experience for the students. I think both of them become the challenges for us because, well, one of the factors that make us not very successful in language teaching learning activities is lack of the rich environment. So this is the conclusion, yeah. English education needs a supportive environment where students can immerse themselves in meaningful language use, an environment that is both accessible and affordable. This includes rich exposure in both digital and physical spaces, forming what we call a hybrid immersion experience. That's all, maybe Pak Umam and all of the audiences. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you so much for the presentations, Ibu Dr. Nani Ratnawati. it is very thought-provoking for us to know about the shifting of the immersion system. So I tried to reflect on the immersion itself. It was like surrounded ourselves with the environment where we want to immerse. Let's say if as English learners, it is usually like we have to surrounded ourselves with English environment. So now, as we have been presented before, that because usually it needs a lot of somehow fund and capital. So that's why for those who are from socially economic status disadvantage, so it be hard. So, but there is some opportunities and challenges that has been presented. And then of course, some of you maybe wonder, especially for those who are just graduated, where you are going to embark on your teaching processes. If you have some questions, don't worry, you will have the question and answers after the second speakers. For now, you can keep your questions, you can take note, or if you are afraid that you are going to forget about your questions, you can put your questions on the chat box as well. So we have the chat box over there, so you can use for putting your question and answers, and we are going to proceed for the Q&A after the presentation of the second speakers. Okay. Now, maybe some of you are still sleepy before, so make sure that now you are awake, because for the second speaker, it will be even more intriguing, more interesting, and it will be more information that you will get. Because as additional, not only that Dr. Junjun PhD has professional life as a lecturer in Universitas Siliwangi, but he has also, having a lot of experience of teaching in other countries and studying in other countries for his PhD programs. So without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Junjun PhD for presenting his presentations. Time is yours, Pak Junjun.
Okay, thank you, Pa Umang, for your kind words. I think too many kind words, I think, that you have presented. And then I think it's been an honor for me, like, here to be here to present in this prestigious conference. And then thank you also, Bu Dekan and team, and then also the head of English Education Department, and also the team. And then what makes me like a bit what makes me honor here, because my guru is also here, like Bu Hajah Nur Ainis, and then she was my supervisors when I did my undergraduate program at Universitas Siliwangi. All right, and then so how long do I have for presentations, Pak Umam? So hope I have sufficient time for presenting my work today. All right. For me, like, actually, sometimes, like, it makes me a bit like anxious to present about something related to technology here in UIKA, because of what? Because here in UIKA, there are a number of experts focusing on technology. So maybe I just try to add something from different perspective regarding how to redesign English language teaching in the digital age. I also try to incorporate what I experienced when I taught a pre-master program at University of New South Wales. So there may be practices that you can adopt when you would like to teach English. All right.
Kok berhenti? Dari sananya.
On the positive things of using technology in English language educations, but we try to avoid then our trends. Sorry, can you still hear my voice?
Yeah, we can. Actually, we couldn't, like, for a bit, a couple of seconds, but now we are okay.
Yes. All right.
We are okay now.
All right, the uses of technology, and then the next one. So what would be like future direction? So I highlight two things here regarding the future direction. So first, I would like to highlight in the research perspective, while the second one, I'm going to try to focus on the best practice, like what I did previously, especially after COVID pandemic. All right. So now I have like a simple questions here. So what should be done when you face like two different issues? I'm sure that some of you have experience teaching public speaking or even academic writing. So I have like two different cases, like students like with different problems here. So would you like to chat a bit in the chat box? So what should be done when you face this kind of issue? So I'm gonna have, I think you will gonna have like 1 up to 10 minutes, just 1 or 2 words. So what will be done? So if you face these kind of things, please.
You can respond at chat box, everyone.
Yep. So there's no right or wrong answer regarding this kind of things. But I just need your answer. If you face these kind of situations in your classroom, and then what will you do? And then how you respond to those kind of situations. All right, still waiting. I'm not gonna move to the next slide actually until I a bit like get like a few words here at least from the participants. Yeah. Design a good teaching approach. Okay, thank you. Moderator, room full. So you raise your hand. Yeah, would you like to share a bit?
Yes, may I answer?
Sure.
Okay, so what should be done for the public speaking? For the first one, the students are not confident to engage in public speaking activities. I would rather not to talk in public speaking if I know that I'm like to practice. And so for this, to overcome the situation, I guess I can prepare. I'll be able to prepare the paper so that I can read before I public speaking. And before I, how can I say it? Before I step to that situation, I will be prepared before the performance, before the, before to perform the public speaking. Okay, that was all my answer.
All right, thank you. Very interesting. Design a good teaching approach, but maybe I will problematize the answer. So what do you mean by a good teaching approach? And then you can answer later actually. For public speaking activities like regular practice with peer feedback, structured speech. All right, very good, thank you. So what I would like to highlight here is that sometimes that if you face different issues, different obstacles when you teach like particular skills in your English language teaching, you tend to focus on the solutions rather than understanding why then this happens. It doesn't mean that solving the problem is not even necessary, but you need to be critical of that why this happens, right? So so that's something that you may need to answer later after this my sessions actually, because here when I try to look at some literatures, when there are some problems or obstacles in English language teaching, just like what has been presented by the moderator for, so sometimes they just jump to the solution, like using particular technological tools like U-English, FOFO, like how then to train pronunciation when you found that pronunciation becomes an issue in speaking. Sometimes maybe you can also promote using like Ana AI, yeah, call Anna, yeah. So like to making these apps as a speaking partner, or even that when the students face like a serious problem in paraphrasing, you will ask students to quillbot to paraphrase and then using automatic feedback and then some more ideas. Actually, those answers are not wrong, but again, so there must be like a questions. Is it innovations or assumptions? So you think you may choose particular solution because you may think that it works. Maybe it can be yes, it can be no. But then while you try to solve the problems, you will not have a very clear answer then why then this happens. So so I would like to encourage you to build sense of curiosity. why before thinking of how, because understanding is really critical in this kind of situations. So that's something that I would like to also promote at the end of my presentation, because it's also related to my own research interest, exploratory practice. All right. So now regarding technology integration in English language education, here I would like to highlight a bit about how then teaching with technology in the post-pandemic digital age. And then you may want to read this kind of work, and then I'm going to share later on this kind of reference to you after my presentations. But here, there are sort of 4 things that you may want to focus on when you would like to explore or investigate about teaching with technology. First, they will like modalities, and then the second one, there will be pedagogies, and the third one, there will be competencies, and then the fourth one, there will be professional learning. So you may choose one of them as a focus of your investigation if you are really interested in this kind of issue. So the first one, so if you take a look at the modalities here, what is modality in this context? So it's where digital technologies are being used by language teachers, and then how this kind of digital technologies have redefined the language classroom in the past. And then you know that the teaching and learning process just happen in the classroom. So the teacher comes to the class and then have face-to-face interaction with the students. Right now it has changed after COVID is, especially, it has like a significant impact actually. So if now that there's a slogan like teacher as sage on stage is no longer effective in technologically advanced society because it's changed. So here, some issues that you might want to explore here regarding the modalities of teaching with technologies, like how to use Padlet, Smartboard, flipped classroom, virtual reality, and then also so on. And then I'm sure that you have experience with these kind of things. But sometimes most of the studies try to focus on the affordances, not the constraints. So what does it mean? It means that you need to try to balance between both. Yeah. Okay. And then the second one, what about the pedagogies? There's also a shift about this because it's related to how language teachers are reconceptualizing teaching with digital technology.
Iya, jam
So
10. Tapi berangkat ke sananya jam berapa? Nah, itu saya dikasih Bapak jam 10 tadinya. Pas 10 itu saya masih presentasi. Nah,
I think can someone help me to mute? Okay.
all right.
Continue, Pak.
So reconceptualizing teaching with digital technologies. In the past, and then teacher is the only one source in the classroom, but now it has been reconceptualized. There's a shift of the teacher's role. Now teachers become the facilitator in the classroom, like how then to promote collaborations, and then how then the teaching and learning process as a knowledge co-construction, because now all materials are easily accessed by the students. There's YouTube, and then there's other digital platforms that can facilitate students learning. So here, so as the teachers need to facilitate the students learning, monitor the language learning, and then also like feedback. So feedback is really critical here, because sometimes like when we teach, for example, like writing, so it's not just like asking the students to write something and then submit and then marking it. It's done. No, it's not like that. So later on in the future direction, I will highlight this kind of stuff, and then how the teachers play a critical role in English language teaching in the digital age. And then the last one, regarding competencies. So it relates to what knowledge and skills the teachers need to use digital technologies for teaching. So here we have various frameworks that you would like to explore. Maybe some of you, most of you are really familiar with this kind of framework like TPAC. So you may use this, to explore or to examine the teacher's knowledge and also skills, related to technology integrations and language teaching. Or maybe you want to use like a bit different framework, like the European framework for the digital competence of educators, DCE, or you want to also use like professional digital competencies. So it's up to you, because each framework has different ways of interpreting like particular phenomena. So like a very simple thing from my undergraduate students just finished her study um, uh, last month. So she did something really simple, like doing like TPEC based survey, especially in how then the pre-service teachers integrate AI in English language teaching during teaching practicum. That's the very simple work, like making a survey and then also share to her friends, and then get the result and interpret using TPEC framework. And you can also explore more than that, actually. All right, and then the last one, professional learning. So it is how the teachers are learning to use digital technologies for teaching. So so you may want to investigate like how the teachers were engaged in practice in the research, such as reflective practice. Maybe you are familiar with this, but not with the second one, exploratory practice. You have not been familiar with this kind of term. I will present a bit about this later. And then next gen research, something that you are really familiar. And then the last one, online professional learning community, or many more. So those are actually like different what is that, elements that you may want to explore, especially when you want to research teaching with technology in the post-pandemic digital age, actually. All right, and then what about the challenges? So I'm going to have like a bit sort of, this is actually my own assumption, but you can also add more. So we know Grammarly, right? And then it's really popular. Most of the students use this one. And then why here then I write challenges of technology integration, while here on the other part, I tend to focus on the positive things. What does this offer for students learning? Like, okay, grammar, spelling, style, vocabulary enhancement, text rewriting and clarity, tone detections, plagiarism checker, and citations. What else? Would you like to add some more? What are the benefits of using Grammarly for your writing?
Oh, semuanya tuh lagi pada ini loh teh.
Would you like to add? Yeah.
Everyone, you are welcome if you want to add some
Yeah.
challenges.
What benefits? What benefits? So I just try to focus on the benefits. What benefits did you get when you use Grammarly actually? What else? Just one word. Just your experience. I'm sure that you use Grammarly for your thesis writing, like real-time feedback. So, all right, real-time feedback. Okay, very good. Thank you. What else? I need like 2 more answers from you. What else? Improve writing accuracy. Okay, thank you. But then the next question is that, yeah, do the students really learn when they use Grammarly? I found like a bit interesting case when I examined undergraduate students who focused on Grammarly in academic writing. And then she said that using Grammarly helped the students to become like confident. But when I asked her like, are you so what did you learn when you use Grammarly? Do you understand the suggestion? Do you understand the feedback? And then she couldn't even answer. It's like contradictory. It's a yes, confident, but then in some different ways, she didn't even understand what kind of, like the feedback from the Grammarly. So this is like an issue actually, everybody. So in some way, it's good to help you like, improve the accuracy, like spelling and so on. But sometimes when the style's changing, so the next question is, do you understand why then the style is changed? And what kind of grammar, what kind of style is it, and so on. So what does it mean? It means that you have to be critical. So it doesn't mean that I try to discourage you to use Grammarly. No, but we have to also know why then it changes, because that can also be an issue. All right. Next. So if you want to know more a bit about the study of using Grammarly in EFL writing, and then you may want to read this kind of article. It is like an experimental study, but it's really interesting, I think, with 3 different groups, like how to use Grammarly with the teacher's feedback, using Grammarly only without any feedback, and then the last one using feedback only without Grammarly. So you will find interesting finding from this kind of study, and then how to use Grammarly in EFL writing. All right. And then what about this one? So what are the challenges of ChatGPT? We know this is one of the famous AI now being used widely all over the world. And then here, so what I found from some literature is that the first one, so students' reliance on AI, even that from the current study, so it is found that 70% of the students always use AI when they would like to submit the assignment, although the institutions ban to use AI. So this is the reality. Even then, some of you here, before you meet your supervisor, and then because you need to revise that in one day, let's say, and then you just ask AI, okay, can you just help me to revise this? And then the AI help you to revise your work. And then, bim salah bim. And then the next one, you come to your supervisors with the piece of revised work being done by ChatGPT. So it can become like serious concerns, because it does not train your writing, because the students' reliance, so that can be like a serious issue. And then the second one, this is I do not know in UIKA whether this becomes a serious concern. What about the writing assessment? If you try to focus on the product, so it's a bit hard to detect which one is originally students' work and then which one is AI work. Although we have like AI detector and so on, but sometimes like in our situation, they try to avoid how to write with AI without being detected by AI detector. So this kind of thing is still an issue now, how to incorporate the process-based assessment. So far, there's no clear assessment how then to write, how to assess students' writing, incorporating process-based assessment. So this is like an issue that we might need to explore. And then, so far, it's been hard like to find the challenges of using AI in English language education. Because why? Because most of the researchers tend to focus on the affordances rather than the constraints. But here I found like a study, like one of the challenges when the teachers integrate AI is like inaccurate answers by AI. I still remember what has been presented by our Vice Minister of Higher Education, Technology, and Science and Technology, like Professor Stella. So we are afraid if we use AI a lot, and then we cannot distinguish which one is right and then which one is wrong. So that's a very serious issue. So this is one of the finding, inaccurate answers by AI. And then fear is also an issue, like how then personal data and then losing the sense of being a human, because we interact a lot with technology. And the next question is that, are you human or like human with different generations? Because again, the way we communicate with AI and then we communicate with human will be different actually. All right. And then the next one, this is my concerns actually, like an adequate technological access. Now the data shows that it's around like 20,000 schools are located in rural areas. So now, how can you say that technology can give significant impact while in terms of social justice, especially to those students, to those who are studying in rural areas cannot get like the access to technology itself. So this is something that we have to rethink. We have to reconceptualize, redesign, and how then we engage students in learning the language, because this is the reality that we are facing right now. uh, but then, if you are interested in reading this, how then technology can be integrated in rural areas, you may want to read my colleague's work on how this is actually the systematic literature review in technology integrations in the rural schools. Yeah, here they're comprehensive, like issue and then also proposed solutions. As you see on my screen, like in terms of the macro level, there are sort of challenges found from the studies like limited funding, limited qualified teachers, and then lack of internet infrastructure. But then there's sort of proposed solutions like A, B, C, D, and so on. But the question is that, do you think that you can realize these proposed solutions? I don't think so. Because when we talk about the macro level, like the policy maker, so, as long as you are not the president's son, the president's colleague, the president's family member, it's a bit hard for you like to change the policy. So that's the challenge actually. So proposed solution is not like something, like happy ending ideas, because it's complex in a real situation. But again, it doesn't mean that I would like to discourage you to solve some different issues actually in this current situation, but this is the reality that we face actually. All right, let's move. So if you're interested in it, you can also read this work, and then it's open access and very good work of systematic literature review actually. All right, so the question to ponder. So this is something interesting I found from my supervisor's current work. Yeah. So if you are interested in technology integration, so you may want to answer the first question. So which task can be replaced like totally by technological tools that can perform them more efficiently than human being? It hasn't been explored in an answer so far in the current literature. So you may want to answer these questions. And then the second one, so which task can be replaced by, what is that? The technological tools, but should be retained by human beings as essential skills. So that's the second underexplored area. Ya, mungkin ini buat Bapak Ibu dosennya juga ya. And then the third one, which task cannot be performed entirely with technological tools, but can be approached by using these tools to facilitate the growth of our skills, knowledge, competencies, attributes, and dispositions. So these three things are underexplored area that may need answer from some different studies that you want to explore using different perspective. Yeah. All right. And then the next thing is that I try to connect UIKA visions and then the reality right now. So now I know that the visions of UIKA is under religious values, because the name is also Ibn Khaldun, means the Muslim scholars, right? So it means everything will be related to religious values. Now let's take a look at the pictures beside that. AI thesis generator, base thesis generator, and so on. So what about the ethical and moral dimensions? So this is the questions. This is the reflections that you need to think very deeply In some way, we want to finish our study, but in other way, there are some facilities they can offer you to make a shortcut. So here, you want to pass with burqa or not? So that's your choice. But that's gonna be like a very deep reflection that you should think, because you know now after this, for example, and then you ask AI to write your thesis, and then finally you graduate. It means the degree is not that valid, because it's not you who did this, but it's AI who did your writing. So that's, I mean, it's related to ethical and moral dimensions. It happens not only to the students, but also to the lecturers, to the teachers as well. Although now we are in the industrial era, but again, in terms of the academic integrity, and we should be aware of now. Actually, the Ministry of what is that? Has launched, has launched how to use AI, but it's in a broader context. So in institutional context, so there should be like a guidance, and then how then to provide the student with a very clear guidelines of using AI. In my former university at UNSW, when AI became really popular at the time, so there's like a very current policy at institutional level, and then how then to use AI in the teaching learning process. So I do not know in UIKA whether there's sort of a guidelines, or is it like institutional guidelines, or is it like the teacher's guideline who makes sort of regulation regarding the use of AI. But this is like a very serious issue that you have to think of when talking about AI, and then also ethical and then moral dimension, especially when you are in the university with under the religious values. All right. And then what about the future directions? And then here, what I would like to share is actually related to what I did in the last 1 year. I just finished my study in 2023 and got back to Indonesia again to my university and then teach again. So I have taught for 2 semesters, and I would like to share what I did. Actually, I would like to say something about my teaching practices, and then how then we redesign English language teaching in the digital age, and also add like from some other works that you may want to do. So here, I'd like to see from an ecological approach of how then we integrate technology in English language teaching. Here, when we talk about ecological approach, there are always at least 3 different layers, like from microsystem, mesosystem, like macro system. So if you take a look at here, from the macro contextual level regarding like the policy, like ideology, socioeconomic ideology actually. So here, maybe what you may want to do is that you explore or examine something related to policy document. Yeah. I mean, this kind of thing is not a bit popular in Indonesia, because I do not know. It seems that in the curriculum itself, it's a bit hard for me like to find the Department of English Language Education having a course of language policy and planning. While in the reality, when the teachers face, the real situation, they need to understand a series of regulation. So this is like a new issue. So you may want to encourage student teachers or collaborate actually with different stakeholders, how then to analyze the policy document, or even doing like curriculum analysis. Sometimes we just jump into curriculum development without deepening our understanding about the curriculum itself. So this is the reality that I found from the literatures, because it's a bit hard for me like to find the current literatures on policy, language policy in Indonesian context, especially in reputable journal. It's a bit hard for me. And then the second one, if we move to meso contextual level, like at institutional level, so what I have read from my supervisor work is that how then the language education program, like your department, for example, yeah, develop the curriculum that highlight the critical awareness of technological affordances and then constraints. And I'm sure, 100% sure that in UIKA that it has a course focusing on technology enhanced language learning, which is really good. And then the students have been like introduced with a wide range of technology. But again, this should be a balance between affordances and also the constraints. Yeah, and then you should be able to know like different reputed journals focusing on technology integrations actually. And then the second one, maybe like the language education department should develop like teachers technological literacy. Yeah, and then how to use the technology, and then how then being tested and then evaluated using some different framework. This is that something that you can do, like to identify this kind of literacy. And then why then I make like a highlighter using like a red color here in the macros contextual level, because that's something that I would like to explore more here. Yeah, like sustaining teacher professional development through practitioner research, and then what we can do in the classroom. And then how then to teach for critical engagement, because now we are in digital age actually. So those things that I would like to share in this presentations actually. All right, so if we have like collaborative presentations, for example in business English, do you think that this is what you always do? This is what I experienced when I was a student in undergraduate program and in master program. So do you agree if you do these kind of things? Like divide students into several groups, teachers chooses the group members, or let the students decide the members, ask them to choose the topic based on the theme proposed by the teacher, and prepare a presentation. Is that what you did? I mean, is that what you did?
Mostly, but
Mostly, right?
yeah.
So do you think when you did this, then it will create an engaging classroom practices? No. So fortunately, I had like an experience teaching at UNSW, and then this inspires me a lot, and then how to make collaborative presentation in a different way. I don't say this is the best way, but this is like different way when you would like to provide the students with collaborative presentation project. So we call it as project-based learning here. But let's take a look at what I did at UNSW, and then I try to also implement that in Indonesia at Unsil here. And this is what I did, Pak Umam. So the project might be simple, collaborative presentation, but here from week 9, because this is like after midterm test, and this is what I did when I taught business English. So I try to focus on Indonesian economic and business issues, group presentation. So focusing on what we call as UMKM or MSMES, yeah? So here, before going to this part, and then I ask the students to form the group. Usually, why I always let the students to decide the group members, because sometimes if the teachers decide the group members, sometimes they are not comfortable with the members. So I let the students to choose the member. And after that, here, each group chooses one Indonesian issue or local issue. Now, if we try to connect to the slogan of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology Campus Berdampak, this is one of the ways it answers. Like what the second activity, why I choose red here, it means that you can integrate AI here. Do a general online search to acquire background information about the issue. And for example, about UMKM regulation, so they can ask AI and explore also Google. So it's okay as long as, for brainstorming. And then moving to the next stage in week 10 and then 11. So because to avoid assumptions of presentation, so they did research. They conduct a survey. They conducted a survey. Like, doing a survey can't be done using AI, right? Because you couldn't ask AI to survey. But then when they create a question, they can also ask AI to help them like creating like a question. But then here the teachers have to provide the student with the feedback, whether the questions are appropriate or not. And then ask the student to record and then collect the survey responses and analyze. So the green color here means that the students do that collaboratively and then also independently without being assisted by AI. So I tried to mix between how to put AI and then how to put like, students in critical task actually. In the week 12 and then here, after they finish with the research, they need to also do another research. The term research here means that they need to research issue using reliable and credible sources. After they found the answer from the participants, they may need to also look for the relevant issues from, let's say, because it's for the second semester students. So they may read like popular articles like CNN, BBC, or something like that, or even I also introduce them like some different journals if they wish to use journals. So they may compare the result from what they have done with the survey and from what they have read with the articles. And in understanding this kind of articles, and they may be assisted by using AI. We have like, chat PDF, or we can also ask the students to use like Google Notebook LMS, so that would help them, understand the text, the English text actually. And then moving to the next week, prepare the student with the group using survey responses and rehearsal. And then at the end in week 15, and then they were asked to present. You can do in different ways, like face-to-face or online. Because we didn't have like sufficient time, so I asked the students to upload to YouTube. So by doing these kind of things, so students will have like different experience. And then if you really want to know the topic, and then here the topic that I gave to my students, like challenges of doing business, social media, business innovation, maintaining human resources, and also so on. And then they survey this issue actually. Even that I asked AI to provide me with this kind of issue, but then I repackage and then also revise this kind of issue based on the current literatures and also the news. And regarding the use of AI, this is what I highlight to my students. This is what we call as the local rule of using AI. Like the permitted uses of AI, like idea generation, language assistant, technical support. But here, there's a prohibited uses of AI tools, content creations, plagiarism, voice and video fabrication. So everything is clear here. All right. And you may want to read this kind of response from the students. Benefit yang saya dapatkan dari proyek ini sangat banyak. Bisa mengetahui permasalahan yang ada di lingkungan dan mencari solusinya, lalu mengasah berpikir kritis. Ya. Tapi ada juga yang tantangannya di sini, bahwa yang saya hadapi adalah mencari narasumber yang ini wawancara, karena ada sebagian narasumber yang tidak mempunyai kepercayaan diri di depan kamera, karena pemahaman tentang public speaking-nya kurang, and so on. So you can just imagine, if you did this kind of project, so presentation is not simply like assigning students, prepare for next week presentation, and it's done. No, but it's a long process, like a half semester. Yeah. And this is what I did when I taught like pre-master students at UNSW, but with more complex tasks actually. And then I got also like more comprehensive feedback from my students. Yeah. You may also want to read this one. Coba ada mendapatkan beberapa kali penolakan ketika wawancara. What does it mean? It means that it taught them to become resilient. Ya. And jadwal yang padat sehingga lumayan menyesuaikan waktu, penyampaian presentasi kurang maksimal, meningkatkan komunikasi and so on. So these are the students. I mean, I always encourage students to provide me with both sides. Yeah, like the challenges, also opportunities. Yeah, again to make a bit like a balanced point of view. And this is like the result of their presentations uploaded to YouTube. All right, what about the best practice too? So you may also want to teach the students for critical engagement. So maybe this can be implemented in teaching reading or in different courses actually. So you may use this kind of tool like observe, reflect, and questions. I have like actually a source of this, and then you can also scan in the following slide. Yeah, and then how to teach students for critical engagement. So by doing this, we not only encourage students to use AI, but also ask them to think critically actually. Here, for example, it's about analyzing manuscript. Maybe if you teach, let's say, academic reading or academic writing, yeah. So here's something that you may want to do in the observe phase. So you may have the students identify and then note the details. Like describe what you see, what do you notice first, how much of the text can you read, what does it say, and so on. In the reflection part, and then you may also want to encourage students to generate and then test hypotheses about the manuscript. What do you think this manuscript was made? Who do you think created it? Who do you think was intended to read, if anyone? For example, what do you think was happening when it was created, and so on. And have the students to ask questions to lead to more observation and reflection. So we encourage students to also provide with different questions again. And you can also share this kind of work to the other member. Or even that you may also modify depending on the classroom situations. Yeah. So if you are interested, and then you may scan, and then you can get like different files, and then different also what is that, tools when you want to integrate this for teaching for critical engagement actually. All right, have you scanned? If not yet, then I'm going to share like the slide. Yeah. All right, I hope I still have the time. All right, next, the last one. Best practice is like developing the teacher's creativities to practice in the research. I would like to highlight this kind of stuff, especially something related to methodology, research methodology. So if you are interested in practitioner research, so you may want to explore more in reflective practice journal, right? Or in educational lesson research, because it focuses on local context. And I like this journal, the Language Learning and Technology. That's a very prestigious journal, and it's open access for free. So if you are interested to explore but the global issue of technology integration, then you may want to use those journals as a target. Yeah. And then what can be done with this? So this is a bit like not as simple as what you see, but these kind of things are the three pieces of professional development proposed by Orion. Okay. Maybe you are very familiar with reflective practice, and then what of the most well-known scholar in the area of reflective practice is I forgot. Thomas Farrell. Yeah. So it focuses on contemplation for understanding. Sometimes the teachers use, like reflective journals, yeah, to reflect on what they did in the classroom, like what are the weaknesses, what are the strengths, and what would be like the future recommendation. but still, it's only contemplations. So do you think that the teachers can do this? It's fine. If you want to contemplate for understanding, you may want to reflect on your practice using reflective practice framework. Yeah, that can be like an idea for you to make a research. But then here, the second thing is something a bit new. Yeah, in Indonesia, you may try to read from the literature right now, especially about expository practice. It's action, action for understanding. It means how then we use pedagogical activities as investigative tools. But the purpose is not to solve the problem, but to understand why this happens. Yeah. So here, when you would like to conduct explorative practice, so you want to understand something, if you think that you have understood why particular puzzles happens, and then you can exit from the study, and then it's done. Yeah. And then, but if you want to explore more after understanding the situation and you want to solve the problem and still have the time, for example, in Pak Umam class, so you have a student face of puzzles like anxiety in public speaking, actually, and then you explore why this happens to your students using focus group discussions. And after that, you analyze the data and then you found, all right, the students were anxious because of this, and this. And after that, you want to make a change. So you can jump into action research phase. But again, here in explorative practice, that understanding is prioritized. Yeah. Even that if you don't have sufficient time to cope with the problem, sometimes understanding is also a part of solutions. So if you are really interested in this kind of thing, so you may want to read my current work, or even Dick Allwright and also Judith Hanks. So these are the popular books. Yeah, focusing on reflective practice, explorative practice, and then action research. And then here for the explorative practice, and then she was also my external examiner. And then she's the one examining my thesis before I graduated from UNSW. All right. So why then I would like to promote explorative practice here? Because, so rather than here, as you see, rather than something that why then we use something that we already do as investigative tools. If Pak Umam always implements like discussion, why don't you use discussion as your investigative tools? If, for example, Bu Lydia maybe always uses like digital storytelling, why don't you use it as your investigative tools? Why? Maybe I propose this or the other things, or maybe some other innovations. But again, I truly agree with what Simon Bogg says about teacher cognition. So teachers will believe what they think and know, believe it works. Sometimes I propose this, but the teachers believe that it may not work in my class. So they will do what they believe work in the classroom. So here, there's like a connection between what Simon Bogg says about teacher cognitions and then also explorative practice, because explorative practice does not force the teachers to use something that they do not know, but it encouraged the teachers to use what they usually do in the classroom as investigative tools, so that teaching and research will be in the same directions, not different direction that I illustrated in this slide. All right, wait a second. This is something interesting about explorative practice, everybody. So usually what you try to focus is a problem, and when we talk about problem, it needs solutions. And it seems that when we focus on the problem, so it seems that everything is negative. I have a problem in my class. So, so explorative practice has a bit different paradigm and perspective, like to use puzzles here, because puzzle here tends to be like more positive and then encourage practitioners to explore curiosity, like puzzles warrants understanding. Again, it doesn't mean that solving the problem is not even necessary, but then understanding will matter at the beginning of your explorations. So this is what I did when I want to encourage my students to conduct exploratory practice in my course, qualitative research methodology, and then how to understand learner puzzles to exploratory practice. So I divided the students. I asked the students to explore the puzzles, and then they were grouped based on the relevant puzzles that they have decided. And after that, they did exploratory practice and presented their work using poster presentation, and they got also a certificate as a presenters as well. And then here, what I got from my students. Through experts practice with my colleague, I not only learned how to manage my anxiety about speaking up, but also got a better understanding of other people's perspective. Having open discussions allow me to hear about their experiences and opinion, which helped me realize that many people struggle with the same challenges or puzzles when sharing their thought. So understanding how my colleagues think made me feel more comfortable and confident in expressing myself, because sometimes the students are insecure when they thought that, oh, I was anxious in doing public speaking, but when after doing exploratory practice they know that they are not alone. If you take a look at the third one, different perspectives are not a problem. Every problem does not always have a solution, and all that is natural. It is the color of life. So very interesting. And then if you highlight Pak Junjun, if we do not solve the problem, and then how do you think that expert practice have developed students language performance? Here, okay, expert practice is not highlighting solving the problem, but as you see here, when the students were engaged in presentation, it means they were encouraged to use the target language when they present. And when they report their presentation, it means they were encouraged to to write academically. So extractive practice facilitates the students learning as well here, not just like doing research, because it integrates research and pedagogy. That's what has been proposed by extractive practice. All right, and then the second thing, maybe it's also related to Pa Umam's interest about assessment. Actually, I did competitions. So 3-minute thesis presentation is a very popular event in Australia, even like for a higher degree research students actually, like in Australia, because it was found, in Queensland, if I'm not mistaken. So what I did is that I tried to implement the same thing that I did. So I a bit modified the name. It's not 3-minute thesis presentations, but it's 3-minute presentations. It's in academic listening and speaking course. As you see the second picture, so the students were in a public space. That's in the campus area, yeah, because this is about public speaking. So it means that they should be encouraged in a real situation in a public place, not in the classroom. So after I did these kind of things, you know what I got? And then 20 of them got low score of their presentation. This is the midterm project. So if this happens to your class, what will you do? So that's my questions. Silahkan. So, for example, you ask the students to present, and then you got like, let's say 20 of them from 4 classes got low score. So what will you do as a teachers?
If you want, you can respond using the chat box, yeah, Pak Junjun?
Yep. Or even if you want to unmute
mic.
and then try to answer, and then it's going to be fine.
Okay, Pak Junjun, we have also not students participants, like we have some participants from outside of UIKA. Some of them are lecturers, even
Yeah.
like from policymakers. So if you want to respond, you are also welcome.
Yeah, I'm honored if some of the lecturers are from different universities and then can also respond to this kind of thing. What will you do if you face these kind of things? You give like assessment, like having like a midterm project, but then this is the reality. You got 20 of them. I mean, like 20 of them like got low score. What to do next? Or what about in your perspective, Pak Umam,
Okay.
as the language educator? I
I
mean,
think
focusing on assessment. So
I'm gonna start like giving the response, yeah, before the others. Like, okay, I think like for this kind of situations, first I'm gonna like, as also you have presented before, I want to investigate first like the reasons behind why they got low scores. So there are so many possibilities when we are talking about presentations. Some possibilities like in related with the students related problems, for example, maybe they have problems with their family or something else, so that makes them somehow have lack of preparations. In additions, apart from checking from the reasons, I also will check for the previous score. Let's say, are there somehow significant differences or not? If there is, let's say, a lot of significant differences, so then the possibilities happen start from the students' the problem from the students' preparations, maybe something like that.
Very good answer. Thank you, Pak Umam. Yeah, because sometimes like most of here, I mean here in Tasikmalaya, they just try to jump to the solution. Okay, they got the problem, so we need solution. What will be solution? What will be solution? And then that's not something that I did with my because this. I mean, taught with my colleagues 3 lectures in this course. So we implemented expert practice after we got this kind of situations. Like we invited these 20 students to have a Zoom and then explore why. And then, interestingly, they share different things. Like they thought that because it's only like 3-minute presentations, they just prepare a day before presentation. You can just imagine preparing a day for presentation because they think it's only 3 minutes. And then even that every student had like different perspective as well, but we also share our perspective, what should be done, what should be prepared, because as you see here, like when I became the finalist of the 3-minute thesis presentation, how many times do you think how many times I rehearsed? More than 100 times. You can just imagine how I did rehearsal for more like 100 times, like the students who only prepare for one day. So here, so it means after doing this kind of things, it helps the students understand, oh, so when they would like to have like public speaking tasks, they have to be aware that it's not only memorizing all words to be presented, but they should also be like more preparations, like how to rehearse their pace and then the tone and then how to anticipate if they forgot about the script that they would like to present and so on. So by doing this kind of things, so the assessment becomes more dialogic. So maybe if you try to connect to dynamic assessment, so it can also be connected to dynamic assessment because we cannot marginalize the students who got low score. They are also our students. So it's also related to social justice. Yeah. All right. So here we have also the answer. Maybe if I were a teacher, I would reflect on what does the student most only go. Okay, why? Try to reflect and try to improve part of correspond to the student feedback. Yep. But again, so we cannot assume why, but we should involve the students and explore together with the teachers. Yeah. Even that sometimes like we also ask like, do you think that there's a problem with our teaching preparations and then the materials? Even we ask that. So although when asking the students like a bit critical question to the teacher's practices, it's a bit hard for the students to answer honestly because of what? Power relations. Ah, itu mah Pak Junjun yang menanya seperti itu. Kalau kita ngejawabnya, Pak Junjun ngajarnya kurang bagus, ntar saya dikasih D nilainya gitu ya. So it may happen because of power relation, but it depends on how then we involve the students in the process of reflection and discussions as well. Okay, and then talking about explorative practice. So here, something that I have to highlight, different from action research and reflective practice. So you should avoid recipe in explorative practice because like what Judith Hang said, that I should state clearly that these are not steps to be followed. There's no recipe, no one right way, but rather a multitude of possible ways which might inspire readers to engage in their own epic works. Maybe you can read Judith Hang's work on how she conducted explorative practice, but it doesn't mean that you have to follow the recipe. But how then we can also create our pedagogical practices as investigative tools. And then the second thing is that the aim of explorative practice is not to follow a series of steps or to adapt a model, certainly not to provide a template to follow without thinking. Rather, the intentions of explorative practice is to ask us as practitioners to stop for a moment, look around, and to think really deeply about our own practice. Okay, here what I found after I did explorative practice and dialogic teaching that develop critical insights and collaborative work with the students. So it's also in line with what has been found in Slemony Rose and Millers, that doing explorative practice as an enduring reflective ways of sustaining professional development. And then the second thing is that recognizing students as close partners. So it's not, oh, you are students and I'm a teachers, no. But how then to recognize them as a close partners in the learning and teaching? So both the students and teachers as legitimate investigators of the classroom context. And then the last one, forming such partnership with students will be the key to participants' professional development. And then it's also in line with what Allred and Hang said, that involving everyone working together for mutual development. So what I would like to highlight when we integrate research, technology, and pedagogy is like, do not use technology only because it is available, but make sure that it is also appropriate. So this is my concluding remark. Teaching with technology may become critical, but synergizing between the teachers and students creates a better quality of classroom life. And becoming a good listener, because it's not that easy, the student voices help the teachers to create a better quality of classroom life. Okay, hope then it gives you a bit some ideas on exposing your classroom. And then thank you. And then here are the references that you want to read if you are interested in my presentation. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you so much, Pak Junjun. It's very thought-provoking. There are a lot of informations, even I try to reflect on my own practices. I think that, I got a lot of information, but unfortunately, I'm the moderator here, so I couldn't ask a lot of questions. Okay, everyone. So now it is time for Q&A, and our time is limited. We still have around 25 minutes to go because we have to finish by 11:15. Because by the time we will have parallel sessions, and we also have some presenters ready to present their papers and research. And also now it is time for Q&A. You can raise your hand for asking the questions. If it is impossible for you to open your microphone, it is also possible for you to have your questions written on the chat box. And then we have here two presenters, so you can ask to both of them. And then apart from the students, also we have Pak Anton Gabriel from Unwira Kupang, and also Pak Imam Sudarmaji from Winsaleh Tangerang, Ibu Raida from Antasari Banjarmasin, and Ibu Wawat from Universitas Muhammadiyah Lawiliang, and also we have some policymakers, I guess, Pak. We have like Pak Aceng Mahmudi from Kemenag, Kabupaten Garut. So I think that it's like somehow the presentations today will be very beneficial for making the informed decisions for our education system, at least in the regional level. Later on, hopefully it will be on the national level in the future. And also we have some alumni as well in our as our audience. Now, without further ado, I'm gonna open for the first three questions. And now we have like one questions over there, rising hand. It's open for everyone, yeah, for the ALD practitioner, from students and also from alumni that is going to embark your professional as professional teachers. Okay, now Pak Alan, you can open your microphone to give your questions, the first questions. Go ahead, Pak Alan.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Umam, for the opportunity. Assalamualaikum, Pak Junjun.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much, Pak Junjun, for your very informative and also the fruitful information. Of course, I learned a lot from you, especially in integrating the technology and pedagogy, right? Okay, Pak Junjun, I actually related to the best practice that you have presented about the collaborative presentation in business English, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's very good, and based on my experience that I also teach, especially ESP here. It's included in ESP, right? I'm teaching in a hotel, for example. You know that in giving the similar collaborative practice, actually there are two challenges that I encounter. The first one is related to the comprehensive language proficiency development. You know that.
Okay.
You know that we know that the skill for the students is not only about, because based on the best practice you propose here, the focus is let's say to the skill of the presentation.
Yeah.
On the other hand, that we know that the skill for the student is not only about it, but it's about the, let's say, the accuracy, vocabulary, and also the speaking fluency. That of course it requires intensive drills, and also the let's say the presentation beyond single presentations based on the project, right? So my question is how this program integrate to support the development of the skill. So I mean that it's not only about the comprehensive mastery of the presentation, but also the main four skill, let's say. And one more question. The second issue is about related to the individual assessment in group work. That's the challenge, Pak Junjun.
Yeah.
Of course, the focus of this collaborative approach is for the group only, right? So it means that I have difficulty in determining the individual grades, let's say, within a group context. The question is what individual or how the assessment method that we can use that you recommend, or that have you implemented to overcome the difficulty in distinguishing the, let's say, the four assessments like cognitive, affective, and also the skills, right? Contributing to the group member in the project.
All right.
That's all, Pak Junjun. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Alan. So you have given me like a very difficult question.
Pak Junjun, will you answer like one by one, or should we have like another question?
Yeah, I see. So I try to answer. Okay, I try to answer one by one. Yeah. So that to help me like okay, Pak Alan. So the first one. So this is an issue in Indonesia. Sometimes we want to achieve so many things in one semester, and then that's impossible. So when I taught the pre-master students, so they were very intensive when we would like to cover all 4 skills. So so I taught them for 5 times in 1 week. So now in Indonesia, we only teach 1 day in a week and only 16 meetings, and then 14 meetings, may add two meetings for midterm and then final term, right? And sometimes, teach the lectures excuse because they have like seminar, examination, so many things. So the most effective meetings only 10 meetings. So again, it depends. First, you need to prioritize. So which one do you want to achieve? Yeah. So because we cannot accommodate all things. So rather than try to accommodate all language skills, just try to strengthen one skill. And the rest of them can be explored in some, independently enough of that. So that we can have, like, let's say, structured tasks and then unstructured independent tasks that can encourage students to explore more language skills. So because we cannot do all things in a very short term. So in China, even that for English specific purposes, so the student at least they can track English course for 4 semesters. So very different from Indonesia, right? So this is something that we should be aware of. So depending again on the course objective that you want to achieve. So what will the focus? So what about the accuracy and then so many things? So it's not an issue again. So as long as they learn, so if you want to also facilitate students' accuracy, they can make like recording. They can make a recording, and after that, you can also ask post speaking tasks like transcribe, and then let them analyze the structure, the grammar, because sometimes we also over assess the students. When we try to assess the student speaking, sometimes we focus on written grammar, not spoken grammar. That can also be an issue that we should highlight as well. So that's hope it answers, but I know that I have also limited time. And then the second thing regarding well, I forgot what's the second question.
The scoring.
Oh, the scoring, yeah.
PBI.
So when I ask the students collaborative project, but how then to make like individual assessment? As wait a second, I have made like a guidelines. So first, so you have to make a very clear roles. When the students, when the group consists of 4 members, so what will be the first role of the first member? What will be the second role? What will be the third role? What will be the fourth role? So make sure that each student has different role when they were engaged in the project. So that's the first. And then for individual assessment, so because they will present like one by one, make sure that you have make a guidelines that ask the students to present with the same amount time. So if you encourage students to have, let's say, 15 minutes presentations within 4 group members, so make sure that each of them present within, like, let's say, 3 minutes and a half. So if don't, and then you can also make like try to be objective in assessing the speaking performance. But then after that, we combine between process-based assessment and then product-based assessment. So we have to be, because it's not only the presentation that we assess, but the long process. So you have to make a very clear long series of assessments of every level, every stage of the students' engagement in the project. So that's what I did, Pak Alan.
Oh, thank you very much, Pak Junjun. So don't think that in Indonesia, I agree with you that Indonesian teachers say that coping with the elbow, or in Sundanese, it's ngarawu kusiku.
Yes, I do agree with you. Ngarawu kusiku.
Thank you also for the assessment strategy. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Pak Junjun. Thank you, Pak Umam.
Yeah. I want to add more again. When I taught like pre-master students in teaching academic writing, even that the course only introduced students to 2 different tags only. but very intensive in giving the feedback. But now, in Indonesia, we introduce a lot of things without any
Yeah,
feedback. So that's the issue.
yeah, I
So we
agree with
have so when I taught like academic writing, so I had like what we call as consultations, personal consultations, like one by one consultations. Like I serve like everyone's issue while I'm doing like consultations with the students. The rest of the students did like independent work on the project. So that's what I did when I taught academic writing in Australia. All right, thank you.
Okay,
Okay,
great.
thank you so much.
Got it. Thank you, Pak Junjun.
Thank you, Balan. And also, we still have some times. I will just remind for every participants, don't forget to fill up the attendance on the chat box. It's given there. You have to fill the Google form. Now we also have Risa previously asking, raising the hand. And then everyone, I will just remind you again also for the questions you may address to the first or the second speakers or for both of them. Okay, Risa, are you still there? Previously, you raised your hand. You can directly open your microphone and tell your questions. Risa?
Ya, Pak.
Risa is one of our alumni, Pak Junjun.
Ah, okay.
Risa, are you there? Where is you?
Yes, Pak Umam.
Okay, please, your questions.
Okay, thank you, Pak Umam, that has given me a time to deliver my question, and also thank you for the explanation and the incredibly inspiring material, Pak Junjun. I am interested in the discussion regarding best practice one, collaborative presentation in business English. In this project, how can students develop problem-solving skills based on survey and research result? Do they just describe the problem or also design a solution? And the second thing is, you said that understanding is very important. From the project, how do you know that students really understand what is being conveyed? That's all my question. Thank you.
All right. So thank you, Risa. Wow. So almost all questions are really like difficult to answer.
You're lucky there, Pak Junjun.
All right. So thank you for the questions. That's interesting. So something that we may need to highlight when we are as a teacher is that the students are learning, right? So what does it mean? So it means when the students are in the process of learning, so mistake means okay, as long as they are, they have been engaged throughout the process of the project. So that's something that I have to be clear at the beginning, talking about this kind of project. So when you said that, how can you ensure that the students' understanding of the issue? So because they go, so they are the major is in economy. It means that they know more about economic issue than me. So I just try to position myself as a facilitator, not the expert of economy. But I've tried to facilitate them to explore the real problem around the campus regarding the UMKM. So they go and then they make the survey, and then how to ensure that they understand, because after they got the survey result, they also research through the database, like from the popular articles or even from research articles, and then they make an analysis. And this is like the critical engagement. This is where the critical engagement happens, and because in one side they found the real situation, but probably they can also have like different result from the things that they read. So that's the interesting process that that I got when I implemented this kind of a project to my students. So again, what I learned after I did my PhD, sometimes that um, it doesn't mean that I am pessimistic, but getting from me like 75, 80 is even more than sufficient for the students, as long as they can sustain their learning. Because when you join, for example, like academic writing, so it's impossible that the students comprehensively understand the way, they can improve significantly in terms of academic writing in one semester. Do you think it's possible? No. Even for me, for the lecturers here, for all audiences here, they are still even developing the academic writing. Why? Because they often got rejected, for example, in reported journal, for example. So that's the process that we may need to think, maybe, Lisa. Maybe you still have a question, Lisa, that you want to confirm to me?
Feedback maybe, or is it enough, Lisa?
That's enough, but one thing I noticed is how we know they understand is they know more about economic issues than before, right? Thank you. I appreciate that, Pak Junjun.
Yeah,
Okay,
my pleasure.
thank you. Now we still have limited time, Pak Junjun. I will just rush to the next questions from Fajar Abdillah Ramadan, because it's very rare to have like very esteemed speakers like you in our place. Okay, Fajar, open your mic and ask your question.
Thank you so much for the presentation, sir. I'm Fajar Abdillah Ramadan, one of the students in Universitas Ibnu Khaldun. The presentation is very informative and very enlightening. My question is about AI. Yeah, 75% of students rely on AI. AI is a modern tool, right? Students cannot escape from AI.
Yeah.
Young generation cannot escape from AI. They rely on AI. They even, honest, I use AI as well.
Okay.
But how do we switch from relying to using? So instead of overusing AI, we use AI as a tool to help us, not for ourselves too, but we teach the students to how to use AI properly. And yeah, just that. How we change from rely to using?
Okay. Thank you, Fajar. So I think your questions like encourage all participants here to reflect deeper on what we do actually in the current situations. First, this is what I did. I always demonstrate to students when I let's say because the first skill, the first important skill for the students to have is navigating skill. So to train the students navigating skill, it needs like a real, I mean like a series of steps, not just like using AI. So AI can be done, but put AI at the second stage. So for example, when I asked the students to explore the current issue in English language teaching, what I did was that I introduced the students different database. Maybe Pak Umam really understands this, like different reputable journals with the good publishers, like introduce them like Wiley and Sons, and then Emerald, Science Direct, and then even if they access Science Direct, try to avoid Procedia because it's proceeding, so it means it's not reviewed quite properly. And then some are Springer and some different publishers, and I asked them to explore the topics they are interested in there. And after that, I asked the students to use AI. Now try to ask AI and then find the current issue about this. And then, you know what I found when I demonstrate that AI only provided the students with 2 reputable publishers. So that's sometimes the limitations, you know. So I introduced the students web-based navigations and also AI navigation, and I tried to mix that. So by doing this, it helped the students build their awareness of information literacy, because they already know which one is reputable and which one is not. Now for me, even that for the students, I discourage the students not to, I mean to use Google Scholar. Why? I'm afraid that they cannot distinguish which one is reputable, which one is not. But after they know the reputable sources, they can go with Google Scholar at the end. So this is what I did actually in my class, and I demonstrated to students. So when they use AI, so it's okay as long as it helps them. But after that, they cross-check to to the website, and whether it's from reputable journal or not. And then here the teachers also play critical role in giving the student feedback. When I did the project, I mean, in academic listening and speaking, like having like a research project and then also presentation project, and then this consultation session when the students consult A and then B and then C and D with 3 different lecturers, and then we discuss a lot. So it can like what you say, facilitate student learning, not rely on AI, but how then to use AI wisely. Maybe it may not answer your questions, but that's what I did in my classroom. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so
It
much,
helped.
Pak Junjun. And now we still have like around 3 minutes. When I check on the chat box, there is also one questions for our first speakers. Pak Junjun, now you can take some a little bit time for getting us. Bu Nanik, are you with us? Bu Nanik, because we have a questions here for you, addressed by, wait, yeah. The question is written to me actually, but Bu Nanik, are you with us, Bu Nanik?
Yes, Pak Umam.
Okay, so the questions it's written on direct message to me. Could you explain the challenges challenges in implementing the immersion approach and how to minimize or avoid them before applying this approach? I think the one that sent the message want it to be confidential, so I just read the questions for Bu Nanik. The challenges, Ibu, for implementing the immersions approach and how to minimize or avoid them before applying this approach in real classroom.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Bu Annie, for the question. Try to answer. Well, the immersion program is suggested, yeah, in any literature, yeah, for implementing, yeah, for the implementation in the classroom. But maybe we have some challenges, yeah, that's right. The challenges, it really depends on the kind of immersion program that we try to adapt. For example, if it's total, yeah, so teachers, yeah, and also some other supports, yeah, supporting system in the institution also should should be conductive, yeah. Like the students here are guided, yeah, to use English for all of the occasions, yeah, and situations in the classroom or outside of the classroom. It means that more people should be engaged in this activity, so they have to provide, yeah, more people in using English in any kind of situation, yeah. So it must be very expensive, and then we can find that in the international schools. Yeah. Okay, Bu Eni. And there are also some partial, yeah, and of course the challenge is mostly about the teachers' availability, yeah, and this is our challenge also to make the immersion program here can be conducted in any institution, yeah, and then also the willingness also, yeah, the willingness of all people, yeah, involving in this program. Well, and then also how to minimize that, yeah. So this is still my idea, yeah, to have the community-based learning, yeah. In that case, the community here should provide the rich environment for language usage, yeah, like in public places, yeah. And then it should be conducted in affordable, yeah, manner. Yeah, people should contribute. Whoever can speak English, yeah, can contribute this. So we need more volunteers to do this, yeah. And then I think it is for the physical immersion. For digital immersion, yeah, I think it's just the capability of the teachers, our skills to conduct this activity more effectively, yeah, using the online media, if any, yeah. I think there are still so many, opportunities for us to dig out this more, yeah, and then find more solution and the real practice, yeah, for immersion program, as long as we know the concept about it, and then also we try to make it familiar, yeah, for the policymakers, for example, in our area, to provide those. And then this is also the opportunity for English education program to take part in this program. And maybe that's the answer, Bu Annie. Thank you. And maybe it's not
Okay, thank you, Bu Nanik.
not
Bu Eni, is that?
satisfying you, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so dear participant, it's okay if you are not happy with the answers, or if you don't have your question has not been answered, because Pak Junjun and also Bu Nanik, they are not going anywhere. They can be accessed via email, via chat, via Instagram. So don't worry. But the time somehow limited our time to be together here in this Zoom. And now it's already 11:18. It is crossing like 3 minutes more than I have been assigned. So, Pak Junjun and Bu Nanik, thank you so much for very inspiring, provoking informations and knowledge, and also the best practices from Pak Junjun. It made us revisit our practices and our understanding of our classroom. And also, it will give like additional informations for the new teachers. They are going to go inside of the teaching learning world. I'm sure that what we have learned today, it will be very beneficial for them as references. Something that I get from today, short summary for today's presentations from two presenters, is that we have to question ourselves somehow, like why we are doing something in our classroom, so that we know the reasons from that. And also we are not supposed to always somehow finding something new. As also Pak Junjun has practices, we can like revisit what we have done, but with deep understanding of our practices, so that we can make some changes and adjustment to make a better education system for our future. Thank you so much. And now, before I give it back and the presenters in the parallel will start your presentations, I think we will do the photo sessions. For the person in charge for taking the photo sessions, please be ready, because I'm going to, please everyone, make yourself ready with your smile open wide, and also open your camera for those who are still closing your camera. I will count. Please someone take the pictures, the PIC that has been assigned for taking the pictures. In 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's the next screen, because somehow it is not enough in one screen. Or the next screens. 1, 2, 3. The third screens, let's see, do we still have the third screens? Yeah, I think this is the last screen that is opening the camera. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much, participants who have joining in these sessions, because with what I have observed from the number of participants starting from 100, and it keeps stating until now, until 152. No one moving away from this screen. It means that the presentations today are very, very interesting and beneficial. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Now you can open your microphone to say hi to each other.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I will give it back to Angel or to person in charge.
Aturan Pak Umam, Ibu Dekan dan semuanya, izin pamit ya. Pak Alan dan
Thank you
teman-teman,
so
Pak
much, Pak
Erik dan
Junjun, for
teman-teman
the
yang lain.
Terima kasih, Pak. Ditunggu hadirnya nanti di kampus ya, Pak.
Siap, Pak. Ya, Bu, insya Allah untuk kolaborasi riset untuk IA-nya, Bu. Mangga.
Insya Allah.
Thank you.
Ya, Pak Junjun. Ya.
Angel, give it back to you. Or Bu Inong, or Bu Dewi, or Pak Sambil.
Sekarang parallel session, nggak perlu ikut.
Yeah, now it's parallel sessions. I will give it back to the committee to handle the parallel sessions. Thank you.
Karena kamu nggak on kan? Belum. Coba lihat kelakuan. Tapi kalau dia mau on kan?
Nanjay.
This is our learning. And number two, to examine the role of digital tools in supporting or challenging learner autonomy.
Oke, sudah terlihat, Kak? Sudah terlihat? cannot stand for telling about. Not telling here from the story. I cannot stand it. I mean, yeah, I don't have feel like how do we say that? Makanya nih kalian ya, kasih tahu nih.
Untuk penilaian karena sesi sudah selesai. Terima kasih.